Hello, hello, happy Monday. And we're back. We are back. For more. Final Fantasy 16. We're at the end game. Here we go. Oh, and I found the motion blur option. I didn't realise it had been updated, so I've turned off motion blur. You're welcome. And off we go straight to it. I was too tired for this last night.
Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land.
Yep.
Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be. But a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it, it won't be easy. It may take generations, centuries of suffering. And that is if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
We will choose, yes.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. Are you certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes. I'm still your swan shield.
That you are. And what of my wings?
Hello, Dion.
Lest you forget,
Were you
go to
eavesdropping?
stand against
That's
a god.
rude.
I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
Dear.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret?
Oh, he's going to sacrifice himself.
My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
What is going to be on that crystal?
We are in your debt, Dion.
Okay. Hello.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
I see you donating there. Stop it.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back,
Yep, he's on a suicide mission, alright.
and has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to, does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands.
Take as much time as you need, brother.
Say your farewells, and let us be gone.
Okay. Where's Jill at? Oh, she'll be in my chambers, won't she? Of course she will. Yeah. Oliver, you better not be up there still. You better have pissed off. Fucking Oliver, I told you to go. What are you still? Oscar
I will
even.
not forget this kindness, my lord.
You'll go.
I shall go to East.
Yeah.
But as soon as the rebuilding work is complete, I promise to
But you
return.
haven't fucking left. Devs, patch note. Oscar needs to leave and do what he says he's going to do.
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
Promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
I hope I don't have to fight Bahamut again.
It's almost time. Better make sure I haven't forgotten
Oh my
anything.
god. Oh god. Will you look at this? Side quests everywhere. Right, I've got a few side quests to do, I'm afraid. I had a feeling something like this was going to happen. Generally always fucking up. 2 quests? Really? In case you haven't noticed, your proud hound spends all his time late on the rear deck whimpering like Gavin his cup. Something ain't right, and my gut tells me it's not to do with the supply of antelope bones. Yes.
What is it this time, Torgal?
Oh, we need to sort Torgal out. Rude as I am to add to your burdens, I would ask that you aid in your personal matter, be it one that's maybe beneficial to your cause. There exist ancient texts deemed so injurious to modern thought that mere possession is deemed a crime, and it was a chance encounter with one such term from a distance that sparked within me a scholastic curiosity which burns to this very day. I wish to enlist your aid in reclaiming that text. Should you require further incentive, know that I am willing to offer compensation for services rendered. Okay. Now, I don't know if I need to remind you.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
I think I had less side quests than this the other day. I mean, this is a lot of side quests. I had less than this the other day, and it took me nearly 4 hours to do them all. So we'll see how we go. We might not get a game at this rate. Although I am work from home tomorrow, so it does give me a bit of extra time. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Right, I don't want to pick up too many yet. So we've got them to... Well, you're here, so we might as well just do whatever you want. Uncle Byron.
Hmm? Oh. Thank you, Uncle.
As for down here,
Okay, that's your return. Indeed.
Clive, my boy.
We've just been
Rutherford
talking.
informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many, but in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other.
What's that?
The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes, but such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
Armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel.
I thought he was retired.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally.
Forced out of retirement.
And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on
Oh,
the
that's the
matter.
guy you were fighting with.
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind, do you, my boy?
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you
This is a
forthwith.
continuation from a cutscene
Excellent.
from earlier, essentially.
Thank you, Uncle.
No, thank you, Clive.
Right, so the nearest ones. We'll do these first.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen our...
Oh, Torgo, what's the matter, boy?
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
How long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
Heartache, like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want my iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for.
You can take the iron off him.
I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you?
Oh, poor Torgal.
You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Where to then, Torgal?
Where's Torgal? Oh, there.
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
Right. So that's now taking me off base. Let's go to this one.
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path of becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
Speak with Hippocrates. Right, any more missions around here? What do you want me to do?
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Curse Breakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout.
Well, so did
Our
the Gav
ranks
then.
are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test then?
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid.
Oversee a test.
I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Yeah, off you go. We're not prioritising your quest, mate.
Northreach.
See, why did...
I suppose they could have chosen
Ah,
somewhere
right,
closer.
okay, it doesn't prioritise it, cool. So I don't hit it, it just comes on and disappears. What do you want me to do, Joshua?
Ah, Clive. This is it then, brother. Indeed.
You're wrong.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Whatever,
Joshua,
whatever you
what's
said, I
wrong?
agree.
And don't say nothing.
It's... not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will. Or something akin to it.
His will. How? Where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but... would you join me?
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I am ready to leave when you are.
Okay, next one. Right, we're going to go speak with him as part of this mission on our way around. We're going to be as economical as possible with these side quests. I'm just going to pick up everything. There'll be nothing left here with a green marker above it when I'm done.
Ah, Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Harpocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
Then you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration.
Where's the Shadow
of forbidden
Society been
texts
this
and
entire game?
technologies. One such
I wanna
text
join 'em.
being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known.
What order?
So rumour has
There is
it.
no order left. We've
I've
killed
never
it all.
actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
What would they care now?
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Yeah.
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer...
My hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
Okay, we're lewd for that one. Right. Who wants me to do something next? Why didn't I see that one? I was just out there.
Cid, do you have a moment?
Seem to.
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter.
Oh, that slave trader.
And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Because she's in there.
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Cid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to.
Sword.
Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Cid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls, just beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
As do I, Doris.
Nobody's tool. There's a few quests going over to Waloed now. Two more. I think we have some bounties. Whoa. Where did I walk off to there? That was very weird. Right, we need to find out where the hell that is. Waloed, Sambrak, Dalmekia, the Blood Moon. collapse of the fallen civilization, technology slept silently within the ruins of their airships for a long year. However, of late, these echoes of the fallen age have begun to awaken, attacking any strangers on sight, presumably as they were designed to do. While some are easily escaped, this particular echo persists in pursuing its targets until they lie dead in the dust. Everything else is it? Look at Sunbreak. The Croc. I know where the Croc is. So yeah, we've got a few of them to do as well.
What do you think happened to Miss...
Oh, what's wrong with the kids?
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No. Well, yes, but that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Mididol. She's been acting strange. Very strange. She's barely ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there. Her head's in a crowd.
Cloud.
In the clouds.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind. When did you last see her?
Not long ago. Right after she got back from saving you from Stoneir.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there and back.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around Miss Mididol's inventions.
Scolded by kids.
Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
But who's gonna put Miss Mididol back together? She seems really sad.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that? For us? She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
Thanks for the warning.
Right, so I'm going to go down there because that's still on here. I think these still show on the map. Yes, they do. Did I go up here before? Oh wow. I don't think I came up here before.
So there's a new mother.
One moment you think you've freed the realm from her fate. The next, a darker one will raise up to replace it. What awaits us when we finally attain release?
There's the chest over there.
What else could it be?
This is me opening a chest.
I will not let them be forgotten. Sid, may I?
Yeah, 'cause this was blocked off before.
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Cursebreakers for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
Herman the
No.
German, by any chance?
The lands across the Narrow are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach Conservatory. Or rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture. It existed solely to turn bearer children into mindless weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain. Tormented until our hearts turned to stone, and few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. I can't even remember all their names, but they must be remembered. They cannot fade away, faceless and forgotten. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured, every name recorded, every death logged with meticulous care.
Cid. Allow me to travel to Ash and recover the registry so that my brothers and sisters might live on.
No.
You were a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Cid, please. Even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. But not for me. I'll go to Bad Bach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vida Grace. Hidden in a forest, overlooking the plains.
All right. I'll see what I can find there.
May the mothers guide you.
Okay. Definitely getting a few quests over there. Means we'll get a chance to explore the area properly.
Mid, if you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will!
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm gonna do something about it. The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them? But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First I need to make a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it. First I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordil. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the Cursebreakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I should speak with one of the Cursebreakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
So we've only got one left. And then we'll pick a bounty. Who you're in love with today?
All this time, my heart has wandered hither and thither in search of the perfect companion. When all along he was here.
Oh, not me.
Standing right beside me. All this time, my heart...
Yeah, see you later.
All right, Cid. Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better.
Oh no.
You know what an adamantus is?
Yes, I do.
I do. And I know to give them a wide berth. Will any old adamantus do?
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumour of an ancient adamantus down in Karava, near Bidza, or what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Right. So everything is off here now. And we look at the world map and yes, it's going to be covered in green triangles. So we've got another one up there still. So we've got 1, 2, 3. 3 more to pick up as well. And 2 of them take me over there. So as we're staying over here, I would say we're going to go for something that's over here. Now this one's annoying me because I could not find it. At least everything else gives me a location, this one doesn't. Although there already is. Well, we're not going there yet. So Titan's Way and Dalmecchia, we'll go for that one. And while we're there, we might as well pick that up as well. Where is Titan's Wake? Well, Titan's Wake's over here, isn't it? There, okay. So we've got 2 missions down here actually. Okay. Go here. Do I have potions? I don't think so. That's dodgy. Okay, how do I do that then? Where am I on? Okay, I wonder when that's going to get patched. So I can essentially move any of them ones that I've got equipped onto this. Got one addition there. I see. Weird how that works. I don't know what to spend my points on. Although I've got that actually. I need a few more 100, I can max that out. Before I got that. Okay. I didn't forget that. No, I'm right. I don't want to go to Kresov. I got a feeling I know where this fight is. 4,250, don't I? Is that what I needed? Yeah, 4,250. Actually, should be a little cut off to the left here, I think. Hello. Thanatos. Okay. Okay, Thanos.
There are little friends, Ultima. It is me you want. I'm right here.
Now you charge me. I'll throw on. Nope, not today, friend. Bite the rest of your shield. Ouch. It wasn't enough. Yeah, see you won that one, eh? See you fucking won that one. Are they just constant? That's how you parry a giant shoulder charge. Oh, just shot. Dark steel. Nice.
And don't come back.
And so we got the one we came for. I did not think it was going to be. I thought it was actually going to be in there. So, at least it was in the right place. Okay, so... a mission there. We'll pick this up while we're here. Because we've actually got a mission, Duty Undying, to do there. So we're going to be doubling up, tripling up these missions as much as we can. Right, thread. Someone in there?
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
My beloved sons, I know that I ask much of you in this coming war, but I see no other way to secure a future for our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the Blight still looms, and only with all Rosarius striving as one might, we at last overcome it. I made plans to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way, it shall likely fall to you to continue my work. I know that you have the strength, the courage, and the will to do so. This shall be an arduous inheritance, and so I offer you another, that you might be reminded of the love and the faith that I hold for both of you, your father. Okay. Well, that's what we're doing.
An inheritance. It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate. What are these plans he spoke of?
His plans for the duchy, your grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the Blight spreading ever more widely across the Twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals, to see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides, those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, your grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
Have we been to the archive? So there's a mission, it's probably a little there. Oh no. If there is someone in there, I want to go back in, thank you. Oh, you had a mission.
Lord Marquis, if you have a moment.
What is it, Cyril?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait in order to pursue a new avenue of inquiry in our ongoing investigation. He sent an owl some while ago, but we have heard naught from him since.
Was he surveying another fallen ruin?
No. The object of his study was a savior cult that has arisen in Ash in recent years. We believe it may have some connection to the Circle of Madness, an ancient religion that worshipped Ultima as its god. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn more of the Circle's original beliefs.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash, a continent teeming with orcs and Akashic.
Fully cognizant of the risks, yes. I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order, the Third Chair, a master of the arts of combat and survival both. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending any others in search of him, lest they be lost in turn. Yet, it seemed only right to inform you of the situation, given your unique experience of the perils of Ash. For as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate, when he might yet be saved.
Yet Julian died too.
It would not. But Ash is a big place. Can you be any more specific?
Perhaps. The last owl I received from him mentioned a village where he had heard the cult were wont to assemble. Mickleburg was its name. It lies in the southern reaches of Waloed. If aught ill befell him, I expect it did so there.
Right. I'll see what I can do.
You are much too kind, my lord. Go then, with my hopes. And may the Firebird's flame ever burn in your heart.
How's that for economical law? Picked up the quest I was coming here for and did another bit of another quest while I was here. Where's the fucking door? I can never see in this damn place. Oh, Joshua. That's this side, okay.
If this new faith really is an offshoot of the Circle of Malleus,
Let's concentrate on finding the Third Chair first, shall we?
Right, so let's go over here. Is it in here? Is the archives? No. We'll get up again. Out there. Oh yeah, it probably will be. It'll be over here and then back round. No. Bugger.
Beneath the flood, yes.
Oh, the stairs over here as well, okay.
Here's the scraps you were after.
Have you noticed the elders?
Not a scratch on them. Might as well fetch a good price.
Okay, what? I might just have to prioritise if I can. There we go.
This is the Required Tree, an archive where we of the Undying collect information and find them. Fragments of Ultima's true nature surely lie buried within these pages. We have only to unearth them.
Okay. interesting stuff here. Monthly report.
The Undying are not the only secret fellowship in this realm, you know. There are others, each working for their own ends.
We know.
Why not?
You come and talk to him though, so fuck off.
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left
You're not been working.
I had little
shame, for shame
you
on
are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
Oh, just been there.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else? Titan's Wake is to the south of here.
Yeah, no, I've just been there.
But we must not be hasty. The good lady has been disappointed once already.
Right, shop. I've got something new.
Welcome, welcome. Fine choice. Anything else? Of course.
Thank you. Right, so we do have a mission down there, so I can go to here and get that. And then we nip over to here, get that. Really, I should be running around here because there's a fucking bounty somewhere and I don't know where it is. These. Oh, it's okay. Bird country, isn't it? Oh, hello. Come on, man, need some help. Oh, there we go. Get up to full strength now. No, details. That's what I'm after. Oh, mastery allows you to assign it to any icon. Ah, I see. Right. So now can I put it there? Oh no, I see. I see. Yeah. So if I got that to full, I need to max it out. But to drop, what would I drop? I mean, I could drop that. But no, I'm using that. I need some more ability points. Imagine getting that to full and putting that on. All I could do with the other. No. I'm happy with the setup as I am. I just would like that in instead of Ice Age. I don't like that either, so I don't want to put that power on. That power shit. Choices. Did I get turned around? I did. This one looks the quickest. So yeah, I need a lot more ability points. Then I can put some really good combinations on.
Eyes peeled, Joshua.
Simurg.
There it is.
Hello.
For House Rossfield.
Oh shit. you doing? What? It just did nothing. Can't see fuck all. Shit. Oh, you're getting worse, my friend. Nice. Yeah, you just charge me up quicker. That's the way to do it. Whoa, what's this? Fuck. I will use Ice Age for something useful. That's two of them. Nice. One for me, one for
Is this the Heartstone?
Joshua.
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
Okay, back we go. Yeah, I mean, look at this. I haven't even picked them all up yet, but this is what I'm looking at. Lots of quests. Right, so back up to Tabor. Bocklad even. Or was that somewhere else? That was somewhere else, wasn't it? That was somewhere else. Yeah, I knew it was Tabor I was supposed to be going back to. And yet I still went to Backlaw. Good job the loading times are quick. Right, so I use my map, it's over there. Well, we're doing it again. That's that. Ah, straight in here. That's it. That was confusing me, that. I don't know why.
Oh,
Thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain then?
And the Heartstone claimed.
Make me my bracelet.
Yes. This radiant luster like
Better be
frozen
good armor.
flame. It is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father
So what, did we
would
take
be
out things'
so
eyeballs
proud.
or something?
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith.
I'm sure it'll just be a fade to black scene away. See, not so bad.
The armbands are complete. Pray.
Imagine if she walks in and says, sorry, I broke them.
They are yours.
I busted.
After
Sorry,
all,
it's no armbands.
Heartstone is harder and more
Sorry for messing
enduring
you
than
about.
garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms, only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us, for giving my service meaning.
You should die happy now.
I remain your faithful servant, my lord.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is.
I can't even
and we
see
thank you
it.
for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff. Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
Okay.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Shall we pay Father a visit?
I think we should.
Go
I was
see
hoping
Daddy.
to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin. Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance, a and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
What's next? That's like back in Rosario, I take it. That one. So we've got to go up there anyway. We're not done down here. Oh, we're going to go around Randalar. Yes, I want to do that one. I want to do Randalar because that one's really interesting me, because we've got to make up an army settlement and been around Randalar, so yes please. And it's one of my mark missions, so then I can mark the other one after that.
Well met.
Something for that over here. I'm not going to buy that.
May Gilbert smile upon you.
Oh yeah, it's all the way down here.
Do you see that too?
See what? Oh, you're looking at that. Okay, yeah, it'll be gone soon enough. You saw all the other crystals disappear. That's just going to be no different. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
What is it?
Everyone's just looking. Oh yeah, what happened over here?
Nothing good's gonna come of this, I'm telling you. Just looking at it's enough to send a shiver down your spine.
We could end up running into a bounty as well at some point. I'm not killing level 33 hell types.
Time to fight.
Just kick one in the face and keep going. Hit and run.
That can't be Rutherford, can it?
Hello?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal, oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're right. It
No,
won't.
it won't at all.
Men, finish him.
Okay. No boss among them, just rabble.
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace.
Calls
Your
it how it
interfering
is.
old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis. Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question.
Okay.
What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw.
Yeah, I just pissed off the wrong people.
I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dhalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps.
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well. Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis. Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
Consented.
An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience. Someone like Quentin. I hope I can convince him at least.
Golden bells. Yeah, I suppose we could go from there up to there. What else have we got down here? This might be local, because it normally is. Didn't think that would take me all the way up there. Right, I'll pick up the rest of the quests. Oh, really, the old fuck.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's
Still
side?
talking like that. You're not packed yet. Come on, get your ass out of here. They don't want you here. Just get the message. Get the hint.
Here to help me pack?
Yes.
Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm almost finished already, in fact.
You're really going to go through with this then?
I am. But before I go, there is one small issue I'd like your assistance with. Well, two, in fact.
If it's within my power to help you, I will.
It's the children. I refuse to let them share in my disgrace. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. But I can't take them with me either.
Going to the hideaway.
I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe, and provided for, and loved. The hideaway.
Okay.
Of course. The children will be more than welcome.
Thank you, Clive. I will not forget this.
Lubor, are you still here?
What is it, Ferda? You look pale.
There's been a flood in the Velcroy, a damn big one. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether.
The League of Outlaws?
Every last one of the bastards has turned. And they're headed
Oh,
this
big
way.
fight.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite another. The town guard won't stand a chance against them.
Do you need my help?
We need to evacuate. There's no time to lose. Ferda, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. We must make ready to cover the townspeople's escape. Well, what are you waiting for?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change of plan. The children stay with me for now. I need you to find Conrad and Natalie. Tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation.
Understood.
I'll do what I can to convince everyone else. Wish me luck.
Good luck, they hate you. Go on. This sounds exciting, so... And it's normally local, you normally don't go far with these ones.
Listen to me. They're coming.
Why do they always have to make such a fuss?
Ah, it's you.
What do you want, Lord Underhill?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood out in the Velcroy. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now, and they could be here at any moment. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation right away.
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this disturbing news, might I ask?
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison out in the square as we speak. You may believe his lies, my lord, but we know better.
But why would he lie about something like this?
Some twisted attempt at revenge, perhaps. If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been elected our leader. A great honor for one of his kind. One he might well feel aggrieved at having been denied.
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all too evident where your sympathies lie. Lubor cannot be trusted, and neither, therefore, can you.
You may not trust me, but for the sake of your people, ask yourselves if there is any chance that this is true.
There isn't. You can be certain of that.
Yeah.
Now be off with you.
Idiots. Just let them die.
You're making a mistake.
Let the rots die.
Come, Clive. If our words will not move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Ferda.
Such a fuss outside.
It's driving away our customers.
And trees. Goodbye. Oh, we're going this way. Never forget.
I think we'd better shut up shop for today.
What's Lubo raving about now?
That sign's changed. Someone died. Excuse me a moment.
Anything I can interest you in?
I don't know why I feel like I need some more of them, but I just feel like I need some more
An
of them.
excellent choice. Here you are. Fare you well.
Lord Ferda.
Sid, what's wrong?
I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they wouldn't listen. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be trusted. The bloody fools. Which means the town guard can't be counted on for support. But I can. If there's anything I can do to help you defend Dalamil, you only have to ask.
I appreciate it.
Sid! Ferda! I've been looking for you everywhere.
Victor? I thought you'd left.
I couldn't abandon a friend in need. And Blue Boy is in need at this very moment. Come quickly.
You have to believe me. The Akashic are coming. They don't eat. They don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There won't be no parley, no mercy granted. We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that, wouldn't you, Bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
You should run!
Run, Bearer!
Yeah, run! Far, far away!
Just go on, yeah. Yeah.
Yes!
Go. Come on, then. Just go.
Lubor.
Wait.
Someone's coming.
Stop! You're hurting him!
Threw stones at kids, you fucking morons.
What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad? And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that? Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty? Who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly around here?
Get them tall. Kids have more sense than the adults.
Ever say thank you? Ever? But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling? He keeps this whole place going! And you act like he doesn't even exist!
fucking idiots.
Lubo, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
Can I go kill some Akashic now, please?
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
We won't run, but we will fight.
So it took 2 fucking kids to sort you out.
Alright then.
And remind you of what he's done for you.
Fine. Gather round if you don't want to die.
Allow me to explain the situation.
Please do, and then let us fight.
The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratina, deep in the Velcroy. The place had been abandoned for
I know
years.
where that is.
Until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their
Oh,
base
was
of
it them
operations.
5 people I kicked their
Now
ass
they're
off
all
the time?
turned, and if the scouts' reports
Was
are
it
correct,
6?
heading in this
5 or
direction.
6?
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage.
Threat?
They are utterly unpredictable.
6.
With the bandits, we at least
Tops.
knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Dalamil will have the bitterest fight it has ever faced on its hands. The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of us will take the south. Both forces will provide men to serve as messengers, ready to spread word of the and nature of the Akashic force as soon as it is spotted.
What fucking guy?
And as soon as it has been, we will converge on its position and see that it is driven back from Dalamil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor. And the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would both be so kind.
Consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse. And tell the merchants not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one and only concern. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinkets we might lose. Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well. I shall tell them.
Where do I fit into this plan? Where else but the most perilous place of all? I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League of Outlaws, Cheratina itself. The main host is most likely still there, and Dalamil will not be safe until it is eradicated, root and branch. A little gardening. How pleasant. I doubt it. I have a feeling these weeds will be particularly stubborn. Luckily, so am I. So you are.
Let me go. Let me at him.
All right then, we all know what we have to do. Now it's simply a matter of doing it. For Dalamil. Looks like everyone's ready. I'd better not keep them waiting. Come on.
Well, everyone's set up battlements now.
Good. Any man sighting an Akashic is to raise the alarm immediately. The messengers will see that our entire force rallies to that position. We stand together or we fall alone. Do not forget that.
Dalamil will be safe with us. You have my word.
I mean, I could just run the entire way and cut them off. So you don't have to fight anyone. Around here somewhere, I don't know where it is. Oh, I see them. I see them coming.
There it is. The flood. But what's waiting for us inside?
Oh, I can see what's inside. I can see it right here. Bunch of dickheads ready to die. Excuse me. You gotta do it. Just explode everything on our way over. Anyone here gonna die? I come with meteors. I don't know why, but I've got a feeling I want to level up a bit more before I go in there. I'll stop killing them.
We can't leave a single one alive. It's over.
Really, you want to do this? Okay. Next. Over just shoots through everything. puzzle then. Really? You're not going to get that attack.
The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others fared.
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
Last of them here, perhaps.
Lubor, Sir Clive has returned.
Clive! What news from Charatina? It's done. Root and branch. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven back. The Akashic have been defeated. And we need not fear the arrival of any more, thanks to Clive. Victory is ours.
We bloody did it!
We saved Dalimil.
Lubor, allow me to apologize. After all you have done for this town, we should never have doubted.
No, you shouldn't have.
But we did. And for that we are truly sorry. We only hope that you can forgive us.
We need you, Lubor. Dalimil needs you. So, if you would still like to be considered for the position of mayor, you have our backing.
You do remember that I'm a bearer, don't you?
We do. But that is not a stain on your character. It is a stain on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what you truly are. The man who
it's a wholesome
saved
story with a
Dalimil
moral.
twice over.
I see. But I will only accept your proposal on 2 conditions.
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start. Unity is the key to defending Dalimil, and I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again. When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together, just as we did today.
Of course. You have our word.
And secondly...
That was a long firstly.
You will accept that if I am to lead you, the mistreatment of bearers must end here in Dalimil. Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any other citizen. They will not be judged by what they are, but who they are.
As we failed to do, and came so close to losing everything.
We agree to your conditions. And we have only one in return. That you continue to work for the good of Dalimil, as you always have.
Condition accepted. Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed. Do I get some sort of special hat?
Wow, he wants a hat.
How fickle fate can be. Not so long ago, I had resigned myself to leaving Dalimil in disgrace. And now, I find myself her leader here. For everything.
Lubo, about the children.
Fear not, you are of course relieved of your responsibility. I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them brought up as outlaws. I'll make sure they're safe here.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children, but everyone in Dalimil.
I'll do my best. Can't have all your hard work going to waste.
Oh, there they are. Oh, there's the fall off. Did she just fart? She cocked her leg off and farted in there. I got the signboard, that must be the end of it, surely. Powerful like impulse. Of light, that's what I was thinking of. Oh, did I actually get an item? Okay, so these are what I was given, but they're not as good. Sorry, Dad. I'd have found better before you give me them. No. What can you do? Nothing at all, that's the answer. I really believe all these sellers have something new.
Sid.
What have you got? Something for Odin that I don't really want.
Would you like to see my wares?
Yep.
Go safely now.
Ready, go?
Let us go. When do we even have this map? We don't. Okay. Drop that one a sec. There we go. Ooh, hello. I might want to fight you. found out. Some fun new.
Here we are again. Carava. If you were a tortoise, Torgor, where would you hide?
Oh, it's this one. Oh, shit.
It looks like we found him. Too slow.
See, you can spit back at me.
If Mid needs another, she can come and get it herself.
Oh, there was more for that. Oh, this was for Mid's mission. Okay, so at least we've done that. That's good. We can take that one back off. So take off aiming high. And put back on where there's a will. So Demeki's clear of ticks. So which one after where there's a will is now number 1. Say goodbye to Papa. Papa, why'd you have to go, Papa?
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond.
Do you really think we're strong enough?
Save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies.
He's waiting for this to finish
that
talking.
I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made him. Time to fight.
finished.
So right below me. Okay. Is this what is that? Right, I see.
It's just back there.
Didn't I come down here before? Yes, I believe I did. Didn't tell me it was my dad's gravestone then, no, did it? No. It definitely came down here.
Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me. No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since. We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted. What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens. I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
Oh, so Joshua's just going to take it. Okay, fine. I don't get a choice. Hello? Dad. He was there. He's watching.
We won't lay you down. Onward then. Onward. To the end.
Right, is that the mission done?
And to a new beginning.
Yay. Lots of XP here, like. Rusted battle helm. Oh, it goes in my chambers. Okay, cool. Well, it's coming, my boy must make it ready. Joshua has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. As if. So doing a side mission like this, you get... Ah, that's cool. That is cool. I have to say. Didn't expect that. So now I get him to travel with me all... I'm glad I did that one. Right, so what's this one? Aiming high. There's my other aiming high one. Okay, go do that. What's that one? that all over? Oh, it's all over there. I'm not going over there yet. We can go there and then we go down there. Sweet. Must be right next to the obelisk, which is handy. That one's there. Where's the other one? Like right in it, okay.
It's oil. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all.
Is that it? Oh no. There's more here. There we go.
I better get these materials to Min so she can finish her prototype.
Have care.
And now we can go down to there. Wait a minute. Oh no, that's okay. Come on then, Toggle.
It's still here. After all these years. Lots more than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without me. I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure, we won't be long. Hop in, boy.
So he's added into the cutscenes now. Cool.
This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees.
Oh wow, new area.
Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you. When did you get so big? Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal? Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy?
Did he leave something here?
This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here?
Is that his old sword?
My sparring sword.
Oh, good boy.
Well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal.
Oh.
For never giving up. For never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either.
Where are we going now?
That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming.
I'll go back up there. I can't. Yeah, I thought as much. Any thanks. What's that? Cool little hideaway.
I think I know where we're going.
There's not much here, like. It'd be nice to get a boat and just row away to an island. Castle still stands.
People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
That in McLeod's chambers and Cavell's Fang increases Torgal's attack potency. Ooh.
Sorry for the wait. We're ready.
I look shocked. So, whoa, what, really? Right, so, deliver materials to Maze, but creating golden baits, we can do that over here. I'm not making for Garnick, stop sending me over there. Another mission's cropped up, really? Ah, really? Okay. yes, evaluating the new recruit.
Nazir might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
Not right here, by the looks of it.
I'm nervous. Is it alright to be nervous?
Well met, Sid. This is the initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
Gav?
Who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and sniffed me out. It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it. And I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
Saviour complex,
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fine Cursebreaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
And bring it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me.
We'll ride my mount while we watch.
Faster!
These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not.
Good evening, Gav. Hello.
Damn it.
Hope you're well.
Ember, draw
We
your
are
sword!
currently drowning in side missions.
I can't! Then run!
If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Okay. No. You fall. Have it. I love how your TTS turned Kevin to go. Oh, it turns it. My TTS has a mind of its own. It's crazy. It just doesn't seem to understand my accent. So it just throws in all sorts of words and it goes a bit weird sometimes. It's great. Have a bit of that, eh? And a bit of that. Does it taste good? Does it taste nice? Now you do. How are you doing, Kev? Hope you're well. Kev came in the middle of a crazy fight.
Ember, are you?
He's gone.
Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
Back down here. Well, yeah, I've kind of got the end game right there waiting for me, and it then exploded with a lot of
fortress.
Blood.
Pay for that.
Who'd you think?
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
You're gonna go get the book.
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Hey? How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you there, Nazaire. And he did it all on his own.
But Sid, he
did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
Yes, Sergeant.
He did his job. How you been, man? Been busy with work and this. Essentially, I've just been going to work, coming home, playing this. Going to work, coming home, playing this. I don't know what PlayStation's got me recorded at on this yet, but 65 hours so far, 97% complete. So right near the end. But I'm loving it, absolutely loving it. I had side missions yesterday. I didn't get as many as I got tonight, but it took me 4 hours to do all the side missions. Because I'm just like that. So now I'm gonna do all these side missions. But the side missions in this game don't go to the story a lot. They add a lot of depth to the story. They change a few things. I did one of the side missions, and now my brother's running around with me somewhere. I don't know where he's gone. Probably saw one of the ladies, and you know, Oski.
Your town needs you.
What's your dame?
Do you have a moment, Clive?
Maybe.
What is it?
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed full control of the garrison, and put every able-bodied man to work on the fortifications. The town was left all but unguarded, so Philippe was compelled to form a citizens' watch to fill the void. And though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in this, they want for bodies. So I was wondering if you would lend them your strength, that the people of Northreach might sleep easier, if only for a few nights.
Of course.
Of course I can.
Whatever you need.
Thank you, Clive. What would I do without you? Philippe told me he had men stationed at...
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Yeah, she's the,
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
the mistress.
My name is
She
Sabine.
runs the brothel.
And it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you and your town no small amount of trouble. I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. Let us speak. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
Please, proceed.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his every action. Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his reckless plans. Yet I fear he is not one to be swayed by reason. No. He must be made to face the consequences of his actions.
And also the side missions have multiple parts.
I would.
This is like part 2 of
Myself
this
and
one.
several other like-minded individuals. Were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from Northreach for good.
Does that not seem a trifle?
I mean, obviously missions have multiple parts. What I mean is, like, I did an entire mission, like all the bits and bobs, and got the mission completed stuff, but that was only part 1, and then I've gone off, done other stuff, and then this one's come up, which... the stories continue in each area. Each area has its own stuff going on. It's really interesting.
Drastic. Drastic action is precisely what is called for. Unless you are content to see your people downtrodden and dispossessed. My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to make every sacrifice to ensure her revival. But he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve the Empire, but the Empire who must serve her people. He's always been like this. Scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath him. But he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod over the common folk any longer. We must fight him, by all possible means.
Fight him? No. My purpose is to quell the tension in Northreach, not to stoke it. Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon every one of us uniting against our common
All
enemy.
of you,
Your father and his followers included. While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope that he may yet be won round.
False hope, I assure you. But I see that your mind is made up. I shall bother you no longer. If you will extend me the same courtesy.
Maybe.
I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that spirit is only likely to harden the Duke's resolve, which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. Not that she cares. This is all about her and her father.
Families.
I'm sorry, where were we? Ah, yes. I was about to tell you of Philippe's plans for the town watch.
Okay.
But perhaps it's better that you heard them from him. I believe he's in the market, if you'd be so kind as to seek him out.
Vamos.
Right away.
It's just a pity I cannot join you. I'd like to see the two of you in action together.
We'll never prioritise that one. As I'm assuming it's a local one, so I don't have to leave the area. I can run around a bit.
Your town needs you.
I'm on the right way. Yeah. Got lost in my head for a moment there. Skip. 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 Skip.
The Duke might have soldiers.
No, I was
in
skipping. I
Bedford.
didn't want to talk to you. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. I'm skipping.
This is my father's store.
So you are content to abandon... Please, I beseech you. If you are a true son of Northreach, you must fight to defend your home.
That's exactly what I am doing, milady. Or trying to, at least. The land is crawling with fiends, and someone has to keep watch.
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the garrison? Fine. You're not the only able-bodied man in
She's
Northreach.
really trying to get people riled up.
Thank you so much for your help.
Spoiled little brat.
She cornered you too, then?
Could hardly get a word in edgeways. Like father, like daughter, eh?
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale earlier, hoping to convince the Dame to join her in fomenting rebellion.
I bet that went well. Her ladyship seems to have a way with people. Anyway, what brings you here?
Our mutual friend thought you might welcome some help.
Oh, she did she? Right as always. In fact, you're just the man. We've had some reports, you see. Sightings of...
BRB just going to stretch the legs
you know
a little.
what?
I've just sat here for
They're
2
back.
hours to write.
Seems
I knew
that
it was
way.
company for a while, so thanks for that. No
All
problem,
over
but...
too. We haven't been able to confirm anything
have to
yet,
keep
but
people
if
company.
you're willing, you could go and see what's what.
Right. Where should I look?
You know Grieger's Weep? One of the sightings places them somewhere on its shores.
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Clive. I'll look into one of the other sightings. Let's rendezvous back here later.
Okay, this way.
Damn it. The reports were true. I need to stop them before they get to the town.
No problem. Cleaning up.
I needed that.
You can't do anything while I'm shooting you. Oh, let me get that from. Bye-bye.
Call that a test, Ultima?
Clive, it's me.
Oh, gone. You're too late.
You alright?
I am. But it seems the reports were true. The thralls have returned. I dispatched the few that I found, though.
Well, there's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? They all came from the north last time. We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other, but from both?
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. I should probably go and have a look, though, just to be sure. You head back to Northreach. I want you there just in case war breaks out while I'm away.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been busy working her magic on the townspeople, stirring up ill feeling towards... She'll have her marching on the barrack.
What? This is exactly what the Dame was afraid of. I'll do what I can to calm things down. Be careful out there, all right?
Don't worry, I'm not like you. One sniff of those things and I'm running back to town screaming blue murder.
Oh, what's going on?
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. And now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just
Sounds like
as
the
Great
Emperor.
Rieger wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this.
This is a trading ground, this isn't the
Our
street.
fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore. You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a Branded.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Griga.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caer Norvent and there make our stand.
Really? You fucking coward.
Did you hear me? That was an order.
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together, for Northreach!
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
Just making him abandon the town.
But she is but a common
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell.
It's all kicking off in Northreach.
The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
I'll play my part too. You still one for numbers. Unlike the enemy. I only hope I can go some way to evening the odds. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands?
I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road to Oriflamme. I fought a few of these things. And while I can't promise to hold them all back, I should be able to thin the herd.
All right. But take care.
Thank you. Both of you.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
Right, so we're gonna go defend. Can I get out this way? I hope I can.
If any get by, you can trust we'll be here to meet them head on.
Come on then, where are you?
There are so many of them. Not for long.
Oh, fuck's sake, as if he jumped the fence before I did that. Oh, what are the chances? Fucking hell.
It's over.
I've got a feeling more are coming, so... Really? Okay. Let's do that then. Anyone? Too early. Oh. Slowest attack you'll ever see.
Is it over? No. It's only just begun.
Oh, I want to get them fuckers. Oh, they've given him any power. Fuck you. Good on here. You wanna fucking go? Big guy. Been here before, my friend. Wasn't this the big guy that I fought at... the bounty? Keep missing me, my friend. I'm not even using potions to heal, I'm using my power up to heal. So you get health back when you're powered up.
I wonder how the others fared. Better hurry back to town. Come on, Torgal.
Where's Joshua gone?
Clive. It's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks, but nothing the girls of the Vale can't put right.
Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems we've survived. For the time being, at least. I thank you both for answering the call.
You were right. And I was wrong. About everything. I had thought that the only way to unite the people was under the banner of Empire. That without a strong hand to guide them, they would drift apart. To be borne hither and yon by the eddying currents of fate. But you brought them together. Not by force, nor by the exercise of goddess-given authority.
So we're at the point of the game where we're teaching people lessons.
By simply being one of them. By knowing what they feel.
Changing the world.
Because
one
you
town at
feel
a time.
it yourself.
Our purpose was ever the same, Your Eminence. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory, while our eyes beheld matters closer to home.
You have the right of it again. As did you, Sabine. His Radiance said it himself. Sanbreque is naught without her citizens. I forgot that. And I am sorry.
I'm sorry too, Father. I should never have taken things so far. I only wanted you to understand how the people felt. How I felt. But my anger got the better of me.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. This was my doing. I should have listened to you. To all of you.
Your Eminence, your Ladyship, I do not doubt that you came here with the best of intentions. But I believe the same could be said of us all. We all want safety, security, prosperity. Not just for Northreach, but for the entire realm. And we may yet achieve it. If only we work together. Will you join us in this?
Yes. We shall.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. The Vale's doors are always open to any soldier in need of relief. And today there are more than ever before.
Madame Isabel is a rare soul indeed. In these dark times, I see that it is not men like me who should lead the realm, but women like her.
You're right. If only I'd listened to her when I had the chance.
Forgive me for saying so, milady, but you still do. The Dame said it herself. We can turn things around. We just have to work together. And that goes for you, too. You're one of us now.
One of you?
Well said, Captain. Let this be a new beginning. Not only for Sanbreque, but for us.
Well, since there's nothing more to be done here, I should see if Isabel needs any help moving the wounded.
Can we get you anything?
There's no need to worry.
Right, let me go back here.
I saw several soldiers being carried to the Vale.
How goes the treatment of the wounded? I'd be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it would help.
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all you've done for this town, it is the very least you deserve.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the realm, but I sense you would rather have died here.
It's a long story.
For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
Very well. Long ago, I had a life in the Crystalline Dominion. I was Carla then, courtesan to the nobility. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my time. Alas, those halcyon days were not to last. For naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer. He was my master's guard, the gentlest man I have ever known. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking at me again.
Assholes.
And so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, aimless and starving, half dreading, half praying that the next day would be our last. Until we found ourselves here, in Northreach. It was the Veil that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, and healed our hurts. Those that could be healed, at least. My love was already too far gone.
He passed away.
He did. Not long after we arrived. But at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end. It was the greatest gift I have ever received. But the generosity of this town and her people did not end there. The men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief. Shared in it, though I was still a stranger to them. They treated me like a sister. And so I swore that I would always do the same. That I would return the kindness that Northreach showed me. That I would repay my debt to the Vale.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive.
I won't.
And I shan't either. I know that it will not be easy to keep Northreach together. But our efforts will be rewarded. Just look at us now. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of Oriflamme and his daughter, all united in defense of this town that we have come to call our home. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
Always.
Quest completed. Level up as well, nice. Veil signboard to play my chambers. Nice, need some more of that. So we're done with this area as well, I think. Bye, Isabel.
We have brought Northreach together. Now the fight begins to keep her together.
Okay.
Is the last one?
Just a little further.
Right, we're all done here, didn't we? And we got that one here, which is Three's Company. And there's a mark in the region. Oh yes, there was, wasn't there? I remember. It was here? Yeah, the crook. So... nasty. Let's fight. We're on a level. Really? Okay.
Fire and blood!
Didn't even have to use my satellite. Yeah, once I saw it was level 33, I was kind of disappointed. That's the way I'm going.
Stay down!
There's Joshua. Going to level 33. It was at that level. No, keep. Oh, I've gone past it. Fuck. Is that one? Left up here. We've already fought somebody here before. Let's go back again. Oh, is this Moonbreaker? Or the Red Moon, or whatever it's called. Blood Moon. Oh no, it's a Terminus, okay. Terminus.
Looks like we've woken something up. Only one thing for it.
Too early. Too early again. And too early. Oh, you do this multiple times here. Oh, that's different. Yeah, your last thought didn't do that. That's Anyway, you. Just 2 meteorites. That's pretty crap.
Sweet dreams.
Actually, the last one was a ball as well, I think. Weird. What's this? R3's company, right? So, got 2 finishing over there. Well, their mission's over there. I've only got this one left. Speak with Quentin. Hello, Quentin. Do you want to be a
Quentin,
envoy?
I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold. Go on then. Propose. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lostwing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Where do you need me?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
Okay, so we now have a lot of missions going back to the hideaway. So back we go.
Uncle, I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Ha! Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other? Who, exactly?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution, and I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned Liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quinton would probably call me one of his, but yes.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier.
Byron loves all his outlaw stuff.
Assuming Havel and Quinton can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion. But luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon.
Nice.
And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit.
I'm happy to hear it.
Now, I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
Field Manor.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion. Forgive the interruption. Two such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends? I can't stand the man!
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal!
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the Bloody Outlaw!
Once more onto the breach.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes, and I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on.
He's
to
well
the
chuffed out of
signing
saving
of the
the world.
Accord.
So
For
proud.
what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Triunity. Rutherford, Mike Will. Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs Sir Crandall, and there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will. Thank you, Uncle.
More stuff in my room? Yeah. Heaven's Cloud. Okay, we're back here.
What do you think that thing is?
Before I do that, I'm just going to go put some out. I have food incoming. Be right back. Okay, so quick update. My food apparently is getting closer, but the driver thing's not moving. Apparently it's 2 minutes away. Oh, here we go. It's updating. And now he's round the corner. Be right back. And we're back with food. Right. So I'm going to eat while the story bit's going on, which I'm assuming I'm going to have a few because I've finished off a few missions now.
You should have seen him. The thing didn't...
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not.
Should we pass him? He did the job.
Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
Indeed it is. Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conk and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. If you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
Forgive me, Sid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things really do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
Nice. Pile drive, don't use that either. Off to mid.
Mid, tell me this is all you need.
You make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me this is all you need.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realised I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0. And a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
Wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
Oh, come on, mate, I want to eat. Okay.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Sid! Is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales?
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember!
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling everything we can find. All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds, just in case.
That's good to know.
Look! I found it! Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid.
I don't think she's going to be thanking you, really. If you're taking all the stuff apart and not putting it back together properly.
Well, did they have it?
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own. But with the right cog in the right place... Well, you just wait and see. That should do it. Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes, children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head? Or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this.
Yo, the Chunk 64. Welcome in, welcome in. Sorry, I'm just eating.
Right.
Well, I'm doing cutscenes.
When this is over, I'm going to take all my Mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm going to bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
Nice, got the airship. Please say I've got something else here because I'm still enjoying this pizza. Do quests. Okay. Do this one-handed. I can do this one-handed.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Zelda. Gav.
You alright?
Something troubling you?
No more than usual. It's just... Eda's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. I'll let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
So, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Eda's due any day now, and I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You know, there just might be.
All right then. What exactly are we making?
A good luck charm. But not just any good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocobo. There's naught luckier in all the realm, or so we used to say back home anyway. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing. I'd try and track one down myself, only...
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need, a feather.
That or the bird whose horse it's attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with traveling traders plying the northern borders.
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through Martha's. I think I might make that my first port of call. I'll let you know if I find anything.
You're a good friend, Clive. I won't forget this.
Oh, that was good. Oh, yes. Right. Back to it. Oh. Ah. I had a missive. Go home.
I will not forget this kindness, my lord. I shall go to Eastby. But as soon as the
Oh yes, this is really filling up. Holy shit. Everyone's giving us the sideboards. The Nail sideboard. Added Scarf. Briar's Kiss sideboard. Crimson Caravan sideboard. Rusty Battle Helm. Let's Goblet Model Airship. Triunity Accord. Let's have a Chant Sparring Sword. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 7 left. Wow. We're really getting through them. I wonder if that's why it's giving me all these side missions. Everyone's writing me a letter for finishing the quest lines. Turn for Jill. The Icon has brought much suffering. The loss of Shiva weighs heavy on her heart, and we will be poor friends indeed if we do not seek to lighten that burden, even if only for a fraction. Before we depart for the skies, I would speak on this more in private. Okay.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
He's been walking around with you. Why is he sending you letters? We've been walking around with him this entire time. Go home. Go home. Back where you belong.
Joshua, I read your message. You're right.
Why didn't you tell me?
Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's Spine, I felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. To let her know that we still need her, now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember.
Nice little
It was
sweat
the first time
after that,
Father had
wasn't it?
allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive? I can't say my travels ever took me back to Man's Hill. I'm curious to see how it has fared.
Knight in shining armour as a rector. I didn't realise I was muted. I was talking there. So that's at the end of the bridge. I do believe I'm right there. They can go kill that. I think the last one there, that was in Sunbreak. That's in Sunbreak as well. Ooh. And that's in the desert somewhere. Fuck knows where. Anyone knows, let me know. So Cape Ossia. There's the gate, I can go straight there, so that's not an issue. I'm not seeing it. Rise and rise, okay. That was it, wasn't it? Ossia, Cape Ossia. No, See, cape. I'm assuming it's going to be like somewhat on the edge of a cape is normally like end of the land, isn't it? Right, maybe there's more clues in what it's telling me. Let's read. The Northreach Garrison, okay. Steer clear of the drowned tower, lest the scepter's sickle reap your root. They speak in typically uncouth terms of the thrall that dwells within the earth flood, one whose frightful aspect has and command over lesser minions would appear to mark him as a high-ranking member of his species. Do you remember a person called... No, I don't. Nice try though. So Grim Reaper, we're gonna go there. Once we get over now.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
Genji gloves. The drunken galley captain I shared a table with last night is to believe word of your exploits made it across the seas to the great continent. What is more, she claims that those who would see you flourish, herself being one such woman. Gareth. The wrong channel because using it on username's account. Was it? No, it doesn't ring a bell.
Here you are.
Genji gloves. What do Genji gloves do?
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Genji gloves. Is that for... I don't want to lose them. Increases damage dealt to enemies by 5%? Yeah, not that great. Did you used to play DVD? I did, yes. I did used to play DVD. I still have it, I just haven't played it a long time, yes. Was it from that era, was it? I haven't played for a while, like, I think last time I played was my birthday. Yeah, I think that'll do. Don't want them. Right, we're gonna go get these bounties and see what's going on up here, like. Yeah, right there. I might occasionally go back every now and again, but not too often. Oh, there he is. He's facing the wrong way. Ah, you see this, lads? He's facing the wrong way. Peekaboo. Yeah, we're going with that and then that. Okay. Knight of the Splendid Heart, I'm behind you. Behind you, good sir. Oh, you can turn around, okay.
You're the outlaw! The one who drove His Highness to madness! On your knees!
Ooh, he's a bit...
He hasn't heard. It doesn't look like he's willing to listen.
I can't get out the corner.
Only your death will serve!
Ooh. Okay, gotta try and get this... Oh, not this again.
Slow.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, why can't I get... My time is... I'm shit tonight. Oh, I can do that. Rawr! Where'd you go? Shit, his moves are fucking hard to pick. Diamond dust. Stack up on the man. Wow, he's tough. Oh, he's not close enough. Oh no, not now. Eat it. Fuck. No. Stab him. Stagger, will you? I keep forgetting he comes straight at me with that. No, I'm not getting the timing on that at all. Right, you are done, my friend. Yeah, the spoils are getting shit.
Damn it. Dion would have been glad to have you back at his side.
He would have done. That's not allowed in there. Right, so it could be down there. We're in for here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Play football with the Spectre. Good work. Who's the next with Chocobo treatment?
Caution, brother. Time to fight.
head off.
You deserve a rest.
Do that. Oh, you're there. Okay. No. Oh, he didn't disappear. Good, good. The health just disappears. Yeah, did you enjoy that? How did I end up fighting up here? What's up? Okay, I didn't realise that was a thing. Okay. He keeps closing these gates. You need to stay on. I've already got it. Boo. So where the hell is it? Said it was near Northreach. Is it Northreach or Northwatch? Eastwatch. Westwatch or North would be up here, I would imagine, but that one. Oh, good luck. Let's go to Baywatch, eh?
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia.
Get rid of that.
I can walk from here.
Stay down.
This one.
this town.
Caution, brother. Got to stop picking fights with me. Really do. Oh shit. Bye. Blah. Like that, did you? No? Like that one. Is that it? You're finished.
Nope. Diamond dust, you're at. It's not here. Could be fucking anywhere. Could be anywhere down here. I think we need to go for a wander like. We'll ride you until you kick us off. What we're gonna do. Cheers. Oh, I didn't realise I was muted all this fucking time. I'm good, me. We're a streamer. Shouldn't have jumped in front of me like that. That's what I was waiting for. Dark steel, no, that's what I need.
I'm getting tired of these things.
Assuming that was the thing I was after. Keep going just in case. Went the wrong way. We're not to go with this one. First one we found though. Yes. Right, mega charge. On the fully charged mega flare. Okay. Multi-flare. And 60 shots. Hitting him 20. It's flare breath. Is that what we've got? Flare breath. Okay. They were down with attack to a fallen enemy. Evade an enemy attack with a precision dodge. Okay. They look at them both with an iconic ability and multi-burst. And 10 magic bursts, okay. There we go, I did it. Can I pause and check what I did? No. What's it have to do? Oh yeah. Oh, he did everything but punish. Impulse and satellite. Mega charge, multi-flare, punish, right? Okay, same as the last. And 50 mega flare strikes. And a fully charged mega flare, okay. Fuck you. Complete with next to no health left. I still can't get this, and I just forgot to do the multiburst bugger. Well, I'm dead, whoever this is. Impulse and Giga Flare this time, okay.
Too slow.
Pressing the dodge button's just not working. That's all we wanted. Cannoneer gone. He has, fuck. Killed him already.
You're finished.
Holy shit. I don't think I've ever completed stage 3. How many stages are there? That's purple. That's going to be final stage, okay. I'm just going to die instantly. Unless I can dodge all his attacks. Right, flare breath. Shit in this fight. Okay, Giga Flame. I'm gonna be dead in 2 hits. Yep. Because I hate the way the fucking things come at you, the kind of... Yeah, I need to go towards them. I don't know why I don't go towards them. Going away from them is what's fucking me up, I think. Right, leave. Okay, so we know there's 4 stages on them now. So I think I could do it. Cool. Right, what's out in the world? Right, we have to go there. Holy shit. 5 hours and I'm still going on side missions.
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs.
Got a few rooms going spare now.
Excuse me.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe not. Though there was a man stopped by the rest not long ago claiming he was attacked by a silver chocobo near some gutted hovel not far from Eastpool. Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
We'll see.
Oh, there's someone else in here. Okay. Who were it then? Who
Just because the heavens have gone to
talking?
reckon.
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone.
I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, rumours are all you're likely to find. No one has seen a silver chocobo for years. Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bows. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be discovered.
You're probably right. Thank you anyway.
Still running around the town. Okay.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would you?
I deal in fruit, not fancies. But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Was a silver chocobo seen there?
Oh, yes. If you believe the ravings of a madman.
It wouldn't be the first time. A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon's ride. It sounds almost too good to be true. But Since I'm already here.
Let's go.
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia.
Have care.
Drax. I'll live by bandits for a change. More tracks. And these look fresh.
Oh, on the trail.
A chocobo was here. And recently. Perhaps it still is. I don't hear anything.
We got the feather.
Well, I'll be damned.
More than one.
It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you. Let's get this back to Gav before they change their minds.
What was that one? Priceless.
This is the place, but... I'm sorry, Clive. There's nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
Phoenix power.
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but... it's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone at the backyard. To the hideaway, then.
Let's run back here. Well, I think we're going to finish here. I knew the side quests would get in the way.
Let's hope one of the gardeners knows where to find snow daisies.
Yeah, let's give him his Chocobo further back.
It was no trouble at all.
Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Crystal's crack. Is this what I think it is? Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
I'm not Well, he went to a
Right there
town,
on the
spoke to
road
a
to
couple of
East
people,
Pool.
and went walking.
Who'd have thought it?
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on East Pool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long, even if you hadn't have turned up. They'll find a new home. Trust me. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go.
Nice.
What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Oh, will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
There's something about it.
Which ones did we get, good sir? Okay, so we did get it. It was that one. Okay. So just that, and we'll load. It's somewhere in the desert. You're doing good.
Ah, me lord.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank... Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that. What it is...
Go on, please. It's beautiful. Did you make it?
We did. Aye. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family, like. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a bairn's on the way.
A bairn?
I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the family too.
Yes, you teach him
I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, me lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I could be convinced.
Back to the bar then.
Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. Over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. Well, with me being the run of the litter, thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. My whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout?
Yeah.
Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
Still holding that over him.
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learn from it. And here you are after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
He's pished.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword.
Are we done?
I may have had one too many.
You may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. After I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
Yay! Winter bead.
These days. One of these days, I swear, it's gonna be me who drinks you under the table.
If by under the table you mean retching on my boots half the night, I reckon one of those days was yesterday.
Ha ha. You think you're so funny. But just wait till we crack open the bottle I left in your chambers. That stuff's strong enough to burn the horns off a behemoth.
Sounds like I'll be needing some new boots.
Do you think they'll come back?
Right, no new missions. Yeah, right. Okay. We are going to call it that for the night. I'm going to have to finish this tomorrow. So if we have a look, we've got one in here that we can do before we leave. That's it for this side of the world. Then we can go to Waloed, spend a few hours exploring the place and getting these missions, finding what shit is, and then we can finish the game, I guess. Psych. Right, I'll see you tomorrow, everyone. Have a great day. Have a great rest of your day anyway, and hopefully we're back tomorrow to finish this off 97%. So close, so close. So goodbye, everyone. Bye.